Oh, something's locked my mouse. Why's my mouse locked? Hello? I hope you can all hear me. As always, I'm having technical difficulties with things. Something was locking my mouse and wouldn't let me click onto my other monitor to start the stream, so that's fun. I'm currently being blinded by the position of the light in my window, so I'm just recompiling the project with the little cheat of saying optimize all the dependencies at dev level 3, because I think this is why my performance has been like goddamn garbage, is because I've been basically running debug Bevy, and even when you're doing barely anything, debug Bevy is really slow, or like not optimized Bevy, because this just turns the optimization up. It doesn't turn off debug glyphs, so it's still slower than release, but significantly faster than unoptimized. And this should hopefully mean that the game runs like reasonably fast, because the issue I'm having at the moment is even with only a few chunks being generated, it's taking quite a while. All right. Look at that. There we got 60 FPS and smooth chunk generation. All right, so that did work. Cool. What do we want to do? We want to go transform fixed. That's what I get for starting exactly on an hour, as I get the clock chiming in the background. What was I doing? I was changing up my view distance to being like 25 and going, how long does this take? Look at it go. Wow. I mean, that's a huge improvement considering that I think last time I did this I was getting 3 FPS, and now I'm getting approximately 30 FPS. This diagnostic's unreliable because as soon as you open this being open like dramatically drops the frame rate. So if I close the hierarchy, I gain twice the frame rate. So yeah, the dynamic linking increases compile time, but it doesn't increase the speed of the actual application. The op level 3, so from what I remember, it doesn't work on Windows either. That's a Linux feature. Or like, it works on Windows, but doesn't actually work on Windows or something. I don't remember. There was some kind of thing it didn't work. But the op level 3 is just that the compiler, the first time it runs through, runs like release level optimization, optimizing everything it can. And then because it's a dependency, unless you actually went in and modified Bevy source code, you don't need to recompile it ever. So it's like, yeah, it takes like 6 minutes or something to compile the first time, but that's it. Like now it'll compile in a fraction of a second. What did it take? It took, yeah, it's 5.5 minutes to compile the first time, but now it'll compile in a few seconds each time. And I get huge performance improvements. So what was I working on? I was working on the ability to change my chunk size, just because I wanted to be able to render like a reasonable distance into the future. Reasonable distance into the horizon so that I can see like what the actual noise looks like, because you know, there wouldn't be much use if I couldn't actually see what I was changing like on a big scale and it was only local scale that I was manipulating. Another thing is it probably shouldn't go so far down. I do love this. It goes all the way to bedrock, some of these holes. Yeah, so I was tweaking that, and I noticed that like it didn't matter how big you sort of made your render distance, it quite quickly got quite slow. Oh, well, I guess how small. There's also seems to be something else going on, because it should be running in parallel, but like async. I mean, not parallel. Parallel wouldn't make a difference because it would still be slow generating lots of chunks, but it should be running in async, which means changing my view distance to like 50 shouldn't freeze the game like this. Like the chunks can generate even when the game is rendering chunks, which means that and see, like, as you can tell, like, so there must be a ridiculous amount of overhead in actually generating the chunks. Oh god, it's getting slow. Maybe I should work on that instead, is optimizing the code so that the like, there's a lot of meshes that don't need to exist because they're completely blocked by the meshes. So I could optimize that away so that it renders properly. Yeah, it is cool to see in real time. As I say, it would just be nice if I could get the game not to lock up, because like it's now there's just so many chunks being rendered that the frame time's ridiculous. Like, it's only saying these numbers because I'm scrolling so far up. It's taking over a second to generate each frame, and it's only because there's so many chunks. Oh, there we go. And it's like saturating the cores. That's interesting. That means that the async compute must compete directly with the game logic compute, because as soon as the chunks are done, I go up to about 5 FPS. It is a 5 FPS, isn't it? Like 15. Wow, I got faster because I looked down. Diagnostics. So that's 20 at 50, and so it's about 3 times that. So yeah, it's about 7 FPS, which actually for 7 FPS feels pretty good. Like, it feels pretty smooth. I'm just trying to remember the things that happened from the last episode, just so I can like fill people in who haven't been watching, like haven't been following along outside of the streams, and also for people that join in, they can see other stuff and get like ideas and what to look for. So one thing is I added licensing. Someone opened an issue and said, hey, they can't touch the code unless I make it like licensed specifically because of copyright law. And so I have whacked in a general purpose license that basically just says, it's MIT and Apache, I think. So, use it for whatever. What else did I do? I added mesh generation, like a proper, like it spawns grass and then dirt and then stone, and then the lower down you get, the more ores. And then I took a thumbnail screenshot and then reverted that code by accident. So that's probably what we're going to be implementing primarily this episode, as you can probably tell by the thumbnail of the stream. But it was just one of those, I had a start, and then I went, oh yeah, I'm going to revert back to the main branch because I've taken my thumbnail and I forgot that all the changes were on the main branch. So that was fun. And now the game is just outright frozen. So yeah, I probably should work on optimizing the code off stream, and we can also do things like get rid of this, which just in process, please. Die. This is just debugging code that tells me like when a chunk goes out of range, what distance. Don't worry. The whole thing just crashed, so we'll be right. Yeah. We'll get there. Yeah, so I added distance for render distance. So I've got flat distance, which just ignores the Y, because I kept spawning the player too high above the ground that it would immediately unload all the chunks. And the way I was dealing with not constantly generating the same chunks is that it added it to a map, and when they despawn it, removed it from a map, which meant that it was constantly spawning and despawning them because I was too high above the ground, and I ignore the Y when I spawn them, because otherwise, as you fly higher and up, it would just stop spawning like the ground chunks. So it ignores that. There's also a square distance function, which takes the actual trigonometrical one. I didn't want to square root it because that is significantly slower than just returning the square value, and also means converting to a float and back. I haven't actually got a use for that. It was just something I implemented. This one's Manhattan distance, so it's just like the absolute distance, which means that instead of the render distance being a circle, it's actually a off-kilter square, like it's a rotated square. So directly ahead is the point of the square, as opposed to if you were just doing square distance. I think it's straight ahead would be the flat of the square, and the diagonals are further. Manhattan distance, the straight ahead is the furthest point. What was I doing? Getting so sidetracked. One thing I think I need to do is probably speed up the generation of chunks. That's probably what's actually locking the whole thing up, is that the chunks are generated synchronously, which means that it pauses, generates all the chunks, and then starts generating the meshes instead of being able to generate the chunk independently. But this is where we need to implement our code for amazing landscapes. So I mean, the easiest thing is to be like let. So we need to go like current height, and that equals current y plus y. So that's the height of the specific layer in the chunk we're working on. And I'm also going to like rename these all to chunk y because it makes more sense. Chunk x and chunk z. All right, so we have our y, x, our z of the actual chunk. We calculate the height that the ground is at, like that's sea level, which is by using the Perlin noise. And then when you divide by 2 and add a half to scale it from 0 to 1. Then we multiply by ground height in order to work out how high the actual chunk is. Then we iterate through the chunk and we say, hey, your current height is your chunk's y plus your y. So at 0, you add just the chunk's height, then plus 1 up to the height of the chunk. If a current height equals 0, we set bedrock. Else, if current height is greater than height, we break apparently. And then else if and we go and then we go all the way down and we say, so it's more like u equal this, which is you're either bedrock, air, so we just return because it defaults to always being air, which is this one, and then else stone, block type stone. Then we want to go, this is our sampling code, so we're going to put u here. So that basically means that we go if current height equals height. So basically, if we're not at the top of the ground, we want block type grass. And then we want to else if okay. Else if current height minus height. No, it'd be height minus current height, because height's always going to be the highest value that we can get. Minus current height is less than 3. We want block type dirt. This gives us the Minecraft effect of basically the top few layers of terrain are dirt. Else if, and then we're going to say, do we have an RNG? Yes, we do. If RNG dot gen bool, and this is going to be like 1 divided by current height plus 1 as F32, no, F64. Okay. You need to return that. And like that. Okay. So when we generate a chunk, we go up through the layers, and the first thing we do is we go. So we sample how high this particular section of the chunk is. So like, you know, from the chunks are 16 deep or 32 deep or whatever. So we go from there and we go up. And we go, okay, so we sample you, and then we go for each y, the current height is equal to the offset of the chunk plus the current block into the chunk we are. So if we're, you know, the chunk on the bottom, we start at 0 and we go to like 16. And then if we're the second chunk up, we start at 16 and we go to 32. So that keeps happening as we go up. So we calculate the current height. We then use the y, x, z, the y, z, and x of the chunk's location to index into the array and set the appropriate block type for that specific block in the chunk. If the height's equal to 0, we put bedrock. This means that the blocks at 0, 0, or like on y0 is always bedrock. We could also do Minecraft's little fancy thing of having like bumpy bedrock. I think my stream's lagging again. Why are you like this, OBS? Which is probably Starlink being shitty. Anyway, yeah, so we could do the bumpiness of bedrock in here by saying, like, if current height is less than like 4, RNG gen bool 1 divided by current height would mean that we basically say that for the bottom 4 layers of the world, there is a 75% chance, like a 33% chance, and then like a 12% chance, or whatever the math is, of the block being bedrock. And then we go and run the rest of the logic of, if it's too high, we just break, because we know that there's not going to be any blocks above the ground height. Then we set the current height equal to the height. Or like, no, if the current height is equal to the height, that means we're on the top layer, it's grass. If the height is less than 3, so it's not the top layer, but it's the top 3 layers, it's dirt. If we yeah, and then we generate a probability of I guess 100%. What do I have? 1? Okay, so the bedrock layer actually has a 100% chance of being a solid block, but that's not really the case, because it's always bedrock. But then the next layer up has a 50% chance of being a sampled block, and then the next layer after that has a 33% chance, and then a 25% chance. And so the higher up you go, you logarithmically drop to basically above a certain height, there's no chance of spawning any special blocks. But the odds will always potentially be there. And then if it doesn't proc that random special block, it's just stone. So that should work. Oh, what a lovely looking grass plane. I might just go quickly change in our components. No, settings. The default render distance. I'm going to make that like 10, please. Just to make it so that we can see a little bit nicer of a section of land. So at the moment, it's all grass because it's impossible to spawn anything, and we don't have steep enough. What would you call it? Like mountains in order to end up with stone edges, which means you have to actually fly inside of a block to see. So there's a bit of iron, a bit of coal, there's some sand, some gravel. Interesting. Yep, all the way down. And so as we get further down, like, you know, each chunk down has a higher percentage of ores and things, which weirdly enough means that you actually end up with more dirt the further down you go. That's because dirt's one of the special blocks that can be sampled, which we should probably just change that dirt to being like maybe coal. could change one dirt to, wait, maybe one to gravel, one to sand, because I believe there's 2 instances of dirt in the random sampling. And the main reason for that is because when I was setting up the random sampling, I was originally sampling everything. So we're going to say that this one's gravel, and this one is sand. Oh, we'll add 2 gravels. So there was 3 instances, because it could spawn dirt, and originally bedrock could spawn anywhere. And then I went, well, I don't want bedrock spawning above bedrock height, so I changed it so that was dirt, and then I changed it so that the dead bushes wouldn't spawn anymore, so I made that dirt. And then I removed something else that I like. So every time I took a block out, it was replaced with dirt, and that means that dirt became the most likely special block to spawn. So the further down you go, the higher the odds are that it's dirt. Anyway, that should wow, it's just so nice to be when it's quick. Yeah. So now there's a lot of gravel and sand down here, and gold and iron. But the thing is, the gold and iron have the same odds of spawning as the unique block at every height. So I would need some kind of a formula. But also, as you can see, like, it's based on height above the world boundary, not distance underground, which means that these chunks have lots. But even as you get like to the top of the highest mountain, it's like there's still plenty of ores because we're only getting so high. But if I doubled the world height, it would like more than half, like it's exponential. So it would make it like 20 or 30 times less of these unique blocks. It's just because we're spawning so many. But I guess I was mostly seeing the ones that are on edges. Anyway, we should probably add something like a we need like water level and whatnot, so that like things like this don't end up happening. But the issue is I don't know how I'm going to do water. I think one thing I could do is make water a block and then generate like a separate mesh that does water, I think. Because you need to do water as its own shader to make it transparent, I think. I'm not quite sure, because you might be able to tweak the shader so that the water just gets rendered transparently. Because the other thing is you could also just make the top face of the water just a little bit lower. But you also don't want the water rendering underwater. Like, anyway. That's easy enough. I'm just checking to see if I have water as a texture. Doesn't seem like it. I'm sure it's there. It's just probably under something funny, and I'm not going to spend 20 minutes looking for it. What do we want to do? We want to add water. So we want to go block. We want to go... it's not a random chance of getting that. We want to go to block types. It's a block type water. Water. Okay. So... we're gonna take a little cheeky approach and go, we're gonna use sand. No, because we want it to be transparent. The sand is not transparent. We need something transparent. That's the problem. I also want something like partially transparent. It's the problem. Maybe I should just make a water texture. Just be like, got a GIMP and just quickly knock together like a vaguely transparent gray square. So we're gonna go new. It's gonna be I think it's 512. Well, actually, I just want to be like extra cheeky with it and say, hey, maybe water doesn't return anything. Like water literally loads nothing. Like water's like air. It's got no mesh. And then when we come down here and we go like gen mesh, gen mesh. You'll then gen mesh, and then so it's going to be like block type water is going to return fn gen water mesh. Direction. Okay, and then you return mesh. I guess we'll take in the atlas as well. Though again, I don't think the water's going to be in the atlas. Maybe it will. I don't know. So this is one of those situations where I should probably plan things ahead, but then it takes all the fun out of it, doesn't it? So we want you to call block type gen water mesh. All right. We want to go just going to go block faces. Don't like I keep duplicating code, and it makes things hard to edit later because I like so much duplicated code. Water face, and then we're going to go front half length in here minus 0.1 minus 0.1. So like 10% of a block short, and then the back one is going to be the same. We need the half, and we're going to go 1, negative 0.1. Like it could be replaced by a macro, but then again, like not really. What it should be, like what you would do if you want to replace a macro is I would put them in files and describe like the front, back, left, right as in like an OBJ file, and just import that. Because what's happening is I'm duplicating this code, but I'm doing very specific things to manipulate the mesh. So what I should do is do it in a file so that I can like open it in Blender, go shift this down and export as an OBJ, rather than what I'm doing at the moment, which is knowing roughly which of these is the correct ones to shift. And like in this case, I know which ones are the ones to shift because I know they're all squares, and I know that the positive in the Y direction is like has to be the one that I shift down if I'm trying to lower the height of the block by like a 0.1. See, so like on the up face, wait, up face, no, up face, yeah. So all the positive ones. So, but again, it's only in the Y direction. So the up face, I've got to go all of them down because the up face is the one that's actually. And that's why you couldn't really do it with a macro, is because I'm actually shifting. So like, so none of these are negative. So it's just my intuition that lets me do it very quickly by copying and pasting code, and it's not something that like generalizes out into a macro. That makes sense. So we need to go. How does the grass block work? So we go match direction. Get face direction, UVs, index, atlas. Okay, so basically we just need this. So that's all you really do is just return that, but you're gonna go, where'd I go? Okay, so you are not block faced, you're water face. Okay. Bit block UV indices. Block UV indices. Okay, so, well, one thing, how did it calculate the indices? Indices is just get that. Okay. And then it's not that, it would just be get, well, we still need the indices, but it's just gonna be, except it's gonna be block type water. Get the water indices, do this, do this. Okay. So that should give us that, and then we want to go, we want you to be 0.2, you to be 0.2, you to be 0.2, and you to be 8. So we're going to up the color to being, to have a blue tint to it rather than a tint, and our color, is it going to work? Probably not. Can we make you like 25? Give you transparency? I don't know. That might just lighten specifically the color it's adding. It can't do floating point arithmetic in constant. Yes, yes. Okay. Right. I don't know why it can't do. I think it's to stop you from passing in a float and doing arithmetic, but it still doesn't make sense why it can't do constant arithmetic because it's got a fixed order. Okay, so block water mesh. Okay, so the water's also going to need a custom thing, but anyway, we're going to go to textures and we're going to see if we can work out a way of, like, when we add water to the atlas, textures, so load everything, and then when we build texture atlas, loaded, get the group status, return. Okay, first image is get the images to get first, and then we go here, and we go here, and we go, okay. So for each of these in atlas size, so for X, for Y, one of these continues break Y. So I'm going to say, like, let has water equals false. Right. This is going to be really dumb. If has water break Y. Else. Okay, no, just it breaks. So that means we say has water equals true, and we are going to say fill from. Okay, so we're going to pass in the atlas data, we're going to pass in the X, Y offset, we're going to say the atlas size, the width. Okay, so the only thing that we're missing is the image here, which is basically we're going to be passing in a reference to an empty array. This empty array is going to be, how do I, guess your texture is just going to be like 128. No, probably like 64. 64 is like an eighth. No, we want like a 100th. Yeah, so like 100. And then what is the length? It's for block size, which is block. So your length needs to be block size times pixel size. Okay. Block width times pixel size. Cannot use okay, yeah, so let's go like vec. Shouldn't matter that this is terribly inefficient because it should only be called once. No field type data, vect unknown field. Yeah, no dot data, just okay. else. Okay. Okay, and then continue. Okay, so if it doesn't, the first time, it doesn't find a handle. So that means we also need to work out that the atlas is len +1. Like so. So we need to square root a slightly large number. So the first time it doesn't find a mesh, or like doesn't find a texture that we've said, hey, like put this in the atlas, it will insert water as a grey square with slight transparency. And then when we generate the water chunk, we whack in our water mesh here, which has a slight blue tint to it and also some transparency. So hopefully this should result in a slightly transparent blue square, I hope. Otherwise I'll have to change how that vec works to actually be a like a fully formed, like full color transparent square. But at the moment it's just, I'm just copying the bytes enough times. So we need to go to our chunk generation and be like, so this is our, if the current height equals this, else, so it's before we get to here. I guess, so these are all height things. Then we need to say else if, so if it's ground. Okay, no, it's here. If, now I'm gonna work at the right spot. Else if, else if current height is less than height divided by 2, this feels like it should just be an else statement, in the sense that I want anything below half the world height, so below 32 blocks, to be water if it's not a solid block. Which is, like, has to be before the break. No, it can be after the break, because it's saying anything below 32. No, because even if the world height's below 32, I still want it to be... Okay. If current height is less than half of world height. So that just becomes one of those, like... It really feels like this is something you do here, and you just be like... If this is the case, then... U equal... well, no, it goes inside the loop because I'm not going to do an else. Block type type water. Like that. Yeah, so basically, if you're below half the world height, you're water, and then I check to see if you're actually a different block entirely. That should mean that it will replace the water with blocks if they're supposed to be blocks, rather than trying to calculate where exactly in the block picking process you should decide that you should be water, because the answer is that the height is below you, but you're below a certain height. I guess that explains exactly where you put it. Now, here's a small issue. I don't see any water. I think it's because I don't have any specific code for water, maybe? Like if I go below the ground, is it suddenly going to appear because I've put it backwards? No. No. So it must be setting air? What am I doing wrong? Okay. Well, I guess the first step is to go water. And then return chunk. What we're going to do as our first step, chunk, is work out if we're actually generating water, like if it's rendering properly, because the other issue is it is a transparent square with a transparent square on top, like it could be quite hard to see. Well, that just crashed. So that's interesting. That does kind of imply that we never put water anywhere. Come on. Okay. What happened? Panicked at index out of bounds, len 0, bound 0, block index out of bounds. But the index was out of bounds. What happened here? It's like line 88. I don't know. It's in chunk. No, it's in blocks. Line 88. This is the problem with async shit, is it when it crashes, it fucking overrides itself all the time. Index out of bounds. Async, okay. So that's got to be in the gen collider. Maybe. Because you just generate get block. Get block. Okay. For direction iter. If self.current.get direction block does not equal air, continue. Or if the block or self dot no, it's and. We're going to continue and self dot get block current dot get direction does not equal block type water. All right, well, that at least fixes one of the potential crashes. The issue is it's not going to be crashing where the actual error is occurring, because why it's crashing is that it's not generating a mesh, and then it's trying to generate a mesh, and basically saying, I've got no blocks. Index out of bounds, linked to... Yeah, okay. It's definitely on like line 82 or something. It's line 82 of something, column 30. So I think it's U, probably. Of what file? Block RS, screw block RS, it's 8237. Okay. Okay. Clone blocks, block type water mesh. Okay. Because there's no place in the... Okay. When we add the water to the index, we never actually specified, so it's crashing because we never gave it a spot. So how does you... Okay, so because you say image set handle as part of your... So you need to call like images... No, that's not the right spot. How do you do this? Somewhere. Texture Atlas Builder. Texture Atlas is remove this. Size. Atlas data. Size. So that's adding the actual image. Does that mean that it's the Texture Atlas Builder, Texture Atlas Server, Texture Atlas? So it must be this one. It's as we add each of these block map internals. So we just give you a blank block map. So where do we get our block map from? It's got to be when we build Texture Atlas. Texture Atlas get first to get index. Okay. Wait, 0 to... You return the handle, okay. So when we say block, maybe we should put water as the first. No, it would have to be the last. What are we doing? Getting block. No, it's here. Get load stars. So you've already been loaded at this point. So is this the command? Yeah, set map. Okay. Okay, block map, which is a block type to. Okay, so I'm gonna say like. So first off, you need to pass the map in as mutable. Then we're gonna say like map dot. Yeah, maybe we'll find. Where do we use set map? Up here. We'll insert it before. So when we generate the map, so we go block type. If let block type water continue. Equals block, then continue. Right, and then we say here, and we say no, because it's blocked. Okay. For path. Okay. Needed textures. Get. If self.0.contains block type water. I don't know why I'm making it so dynamic that you can literally like say I don't want water to be loaded. Yes. We could be like let has water, but we're talking about like a few cycles in the first once. Okay, so is it has water, then we're going to say map dot insert block type water. Why is your insert a reference? We want to insert you, we're going to say vec or default. Vector of need textures dot lem. Okay. Why are you expecting a mismatch type expected? Why is your key? Oh, because yeah, there we go. Because you're inferring types. Okay, so if there's water in the vector, then insert water as the last on the list. That works. I don't know if it works. It should work because now we're basically saying that like one more than what you actually have is the water, because when we generate the atlas, one more than what you actually have is the water. So that should give us the crash. Okay. No. It would have just been so much easier just to give water a texture. Why are you doing this? Where's it crashing this time? 82, apparently. Hello. Yeah, we're just working on giving water a texture at the moment. Probably should just go open GIMP again and export one, but I've decided to make it hard on myself. Why does water not have a texture? Face. That's why we're doing it a hard way. Because I need to know the size of your texture pack if you were using water, whereas I've made it dynamic so the texture pack is selected. Blocks 82. Indices is 0. So this is when it's crashing. It's here. Well, at least you have a vector. But can we get like print water index equals indices indexes? We need to debug you because you're a vector. Right. Let's watch as this crashes, and this will actually give us at least a bit of a message saying what numbers we expect. Oh, it's immediately crashed. Maybe it's crashing before there, and it's just that the async is making it hard to tell, because it definitely came up with an error message. Okay, so there's just no water indexes set. Oh, because we're not... Yes, of course. I literally just added all that code to say, hey, water, and then I forgot to add water to one of my loaded blocks. Is it spawn block here? Yeah. Block type water. Okay, cool. I forgot to specify that water is something that you can spawn. Okay, and now it's saying 11. So these are all spawning. See, what's weird is I'm seeing like a weird effect, which makes me feel like the water is rendering something. Like I can see like a weird dithering effect, but there's actually nothing spawning. If I go to the texture atlas, it's just a grey square. I do question why you're like exactly the right size. I thought you were supposed to always be square, but I don't know. That's interesting. You know what it could be? It could be that it's this particular grey. No? Well, it's definitely somewhat a transparent thing. Maybe if I set its value. Yeah, you do all that correctly now. Yeah, when I add the water, if I make this 255, this should make it like solid. It should be solid now. And that would be nice if it was solid, but I have a feeling that... Oh, wait a second. How did that work? Well, that's probably what the dithering is. The dithering is because I've made each block doesn't quite fill, which means that there's a gap between each of them. Here's the issue, because that does work. It's obviously multiplying values. I need it to be like 255, 255, and then like somewhat it's clipped. That's what's going on. It's clipped. I have the texture wherever I spawn that monstrosity. Is it in here? Where do I spawn the texture? I told it to clip texture handles. Resource clone, texture handles, internals. Make texture atlas. No, it's the standard material. This thing. No. Run and if insert texture handle. You have from world, yes, from world, yeah. Okay. Mask, yeah. Okay. So we would want like add, multiply. No, probably add. Which is why it was invisible, is because it was below the transparency clipping. Huh. Okay. Well, we're making progress. We at least have blue squares now. Now, to make them actually transparent, you apparently turn it to add. That worked first time, but what that does mean is that some things won't work because... okay. I'm just going to pretend that that would work flawlessly. Okay. The issue is water also needs to check to see if above it is water, which is becoming more and more custom logic for water. Like, water needs to know if it's the top block. We get block, gen mesh, no, it's got to be in blocks, yeah. And then when we go grass, when we say water face, I say water face. Water mesh, I don't want to have to give you hub func gen mesh. What you should really give this thing is a list of neighbors and like their state, like a solid or not solid. We're just going to say top solid bool for now. And literally the only thing that's going to use top solid is use water mesh. When I say top solid, we pass top solid to you, and we say top solid bool. Well, it shouldn't even be top solid, it should be top air. Because water is going to be considered not solid. When I add more complicated logic, like we want, or even just in a second, the blocks need to be able to see. So not solid is water or air because you can see through them. Anyway, so this is going to be like, yeah, UV is going to be this. We're going to say, do I want custom logic for the top? Yeah, if top air, do that. Else, block type, it's block face, isn't it? Block face direction. All right. So then we're going to have a few errors because obviously we're not passing in whether the top's air or not when we gen mesh. Well, the idea is that in Minecraft, from what I understand at least, if you put a block of water in a 1x1 hole, the block of water still has a gap between it and the top of the hole. Whereas what I'm doing is I'm saying if the block above you is solid, have capillary action and like suck the water so the water actually fills the entire block and doesn't leave that little air gap. Mostly because it's easier to do that than to say, hey, if the block above you is water, connect to it. Though even in Minecraft, it's probably because it's impossible to have a solid block. If your block below you is water, you'll turn into a flowing block, and that probably somehow blends the meshes together. Not sure. Never really paid attention because obviously if you have a wall of water, it doesn't have seams between each layer, so they obviously do something. Anyway, you're complaining about top yeah. So if so set some block current direction air. So get block. Okay. If so yeah, if the block. Okay. No. So it's self. Okay. Is air. Top. No. It's top. Underscore block. Let top underscore block equals. This note is air. And that equals self dot get block current dot direction dot get direction up equals block type air. Okay, and then we say block. No, not block, is air. Okay. Is top air. Okay. So is top air. So we basically say, hey, just check your up direction. Don't care what direction you're looking at. Your up direction, is it air? And then pass that to that, and that'll pass it to the, if it's water. Which should mean that when I run this again, we should end up with no striation lines. It's got weird transparency, but the top block is slightly shrunk, but every other block is solid. So it works. It actually works. At some point, I'll add a like world thing to it so that I feel like this code's really slow to generate by how long these take to spawn. Yeah, well, we're also printing water index like thousands of times, so that could be it. I know that writing out is very slow, so writing water index is just not the way to do that. Yes, water index. Don't print that tens of thousands of times. Let's see how much quicker that is, because it's doing it. It's writing to the console 4,000 times per chunk. So hopefully it just spawns. Yeah. So it was definitely just the console out, because it's generating like way more chunks. Anyway, what I was saying is, when I get to the point of like generating a map and then generating the chunks, when the map's actually generated, I can do logic of like, don't spawn this center face, which means you won't end up with this like every chunk has a seam between it, so being underwater would be basically seamless. But that's not yet. Okay, so we go back to our chunk generation and we say, hey, we know that water works now, so you can just like not make every chunk water. Every chunk should be primarily made of air, because air is one, faster to generate, and two. Okay, and just for the sake of speeding this up, it's in here. If chunk height is greater than height, break. I guess what we can do is we can say you return water. If the current height is less than... Oh, no, what you do is you go current height less than ground height divided by 2. Why is ground height? Okay. As I32? I think that's the size I'm using. Yep, okay. So then you return water, else you break. Okay. So if the current height is less than the water height, which maybe we should go make an actual custom variable for that. So we're going to go take you down. I'm going to say you are water underscore level. Water level height. Yes, no, it's just water level. Thank you. That's how those words work. I32, and it is 32 itself. Then we go here, we go water level. Okay. So if current height is less than water level, then place water. So that basically goes. Okay, yeah. So if your current height is greater than the ground level, check to see if you should be water. Otherwise, return early because you're above the water height, and therefore there's no generation. There's no code whatsoever needs to run once you get above the water level and you're not underground. Now, I feel like our water level is set really high because okay, first off, let's turn off the debug rendering. Okay, so well, one thing is we're adding apparently, and that's not playing nice with the chunks. Well, there's our water level. Okay. Interesting. So I feel like add is definitely the wrong mode. I agree that that's what is the alpha mode? Blend? Multiply? Blend? What is the default alpha mode? Opaque. We don't want opaque because opaque will just mean that the water is just opaque. What it might need is a water mesh versus a non-water mesh, but you suck. Why can I see through you? What is going on? What is this? What is this? Okay. Multiply is also not wrong. That is also wrong. Okay. I think we're just gonna go. Let's not fuck around with this anymore. This is clip. What was it? Second mask 0.1. Okay, and then we're just gonna go in there and we're just gonna we're gonna split that off into its own code because so there's gen mesh, and then we're gonna say pub gen water mesh, and then it's going to take in self. Apparently you need the atlas map, texture handle, and you return an option mesh. Okay, so I mean obviously you're going to do exactly the same thing. For now we're going to say the water mesh is the exactly the same thing as the not water mesh. That does mean that we kind of wasted a lot of time making that that thing that generates the water. What we're going to do is we're going to say if let sum a block. Okay, so gen block. Yep. Okay. So is top air. We'll patch all that up later. If let block. So we want to say more something like match block. match block. And then we want to say block type air or block type water, continue, and everything else do literally nothing. Thank you. Okay. So we match that, and then we go, you do fancy stuff. Anyway, so at gen mesh here, we're going to say you don't need this anymore. I guess we do that. We do that, and we go bring you all the way to the bottom and say, hey, if we don't specify something, can you... Well, actually, no, we should probably just go and block type. I definitely want to make sure that each block that I add gets something. So this is where the Rust compiler comes in and make sure that I don't like accidentally forget and then result in new blocks being invisible. Okay, so you do that, you do that, you do that. And then you have a complaint because you're basically saying this, but instead you go block type. Okay, so yeah. So if let block water. Is there a way to say not if let block water? I guess we do that. And we say fuck off with the continue. Alright. There's probably a way to return early. Okay. So it's block gen mesh, but it's not gen mesh, it's gen water. Block type. Where was our water code? It's called like water mesh, which returns a mesh type, which is what you return. Yeah, so it's water mesh. Water mesh. It's not public, is it? Pub. Okay. Water mesh. So we go here and we go, okay, so if you're water, do this, otherwise just, we don't fucking care, which is hilarious. All right. So if it's water, iterate through each direction, get the direction. We need the is top air, which if, okay, direction is air, and then we get, you know, is up air, let block, etc. Okay, so that in theory should generate a water chunk. Like, no, not a water chunk, a mesh that is water. And for once, we're actually going to get a possible chunk. At the moment, if it generates a solid chunk, it also generates a collider, but I've got them both returning as options. So it's like, well, in theory, it doesn't necessarily have to be. If let air continue. Okay, so we need to say air or water. Okay. Air or water don't get colliders, which means we will just be able to walk underwater for now. But that does mean that I can apply the same logic of the water collider and then make you like swim when in contact with a water collider. So yeah, that'll be cool. So we need to go back to our thingy-mabob here and be all like, my only issue with this is we're adding twice as many skinned entities to the world and meshed entities. And meshed entities, it's spawning and transferring the meshed entities that slows things down. Okay, so, okay. You. Really, I should be exporting this into its own struct so that I can actually tell what that is. Like, you know, for other people to be able to read what's going on. But for now, onward and upward we go when we say gen mesh, gen collider, gen mesh. Except this one is gen water mesh. And you don't go there. You go there. All right. So now we generate our meshes, and then we say here, and we say water. Okay. So then we go if let sum mesh water equals water commands dot entity e dot add child spawn child with children p dot spawn. The bundle is a PBR bundle. Okay. And then we need to say your mesh is assets dot add water, and your material is to do, and we will quickly make a water material. Okay. Why are you complaining? You're expecting that, which means I need to do this. Okay. So material to do. So do we have access to the material? No. But surely, under our texture, yeah. Texture atlas. When I pull from world, build texture atlas. No, it's not here, is it? We set image. Oh, main atlas. Okay. But something holds on to it. Main image. Right, and you hold on to that, which. Okay. Okay, so you need water, which is a handle to a standard material. Okay, and then when we set this, we say water is, well, I guess water, we'll just call it water. That image, okay. Resource image get handle. No, maybe we should get access to the asset server. Right, we want to do this, but we're going to call this one water. Okay, and then we want to say that your is sum, and then we're going to say let water image equal world dot asset world dot resource asset server dot load, and this is just going to be water dot png. Okay, we got this water image. Okay, so then yeah, we pass water in. So we load water.png. So we go back to GIMP here. And we're going to say that water.png is just going to be a new. It's got like a 16 by 16 because it'd be funny to have like a really juxtaposed low image picture. Okay, then we want to be like opacity. We want like a, like maybe 50%. No, 50% is too much. 33%. File. I don't know if that's the entire opacity or just this particular image. We'll check. Export. View. Rust stuff. Projects. Minecraft clone. Okay. Assets. And you're just going to be called water.png. Export. Okay, water.png. That is what I called it in here when I load it. Yep, water.png. And it is in fact partially transparent. It's just a really low res picture. For now it doesn't matter because it's literally just the same color, but I was going to add like really, and I might just, because it's funny. We're going to go like, hey, I want a darker color. Like a darker color, and then pencil. Yeah, we'll go 100% opacity. Don't go a size of ridiculous. Okay, and then we're going to go just to fuck with people, we're going to have ever so slightly transparent water drops. Export. Okay. Oh, discard changes. I don't care. So just because it's funny, it's going to just slightly darker spots throughout it that are at a much lower resolution than the rest of the game. So when we chunk, no, it is when we generate the chunk. It's when we add chunk meshes. We need access to textures, which is going to be a res texture atlases. Is that that's the Bevy one. What is it called in here? It's called texture handles, right? Texture handles. That's not spelled right. Handles. I copy pasted it and I still spelled it wrong. That's probably because I've accidentally added the letter in there. Okay, texture handles. So when we go texture handles, we need to go get water. Getting water we'll call read, and then call water, and then clone. Okay, and then when we go back to main here and we go, hey, I want you to spawn this material, I want to say textures dot get water. Okay, now we have to go back to our water when we spawn it in. When we create you, I want you to be like add. I think it's add. Therefore, it should add like a blue tint to everything below the waterline. And we're just going to rely on the human's brain's capacity to generate like the border between that must be underwater because it's got a blue tint and that's above water. There we go. Well, I don't understand why it's invisible. I mean, if I turn off the boundary lines, it actually is pretty well, like you can't tell where the boundaries start and end, but that's just really bizarre. So you can tell which chunks have water in them because they have an extra mesh. Standard material. Can you even tell that there's a really horrible low resin image? Okay, anyway. So it's not add. Blend? Okay. Well, I mean, blend definitely looks better. But, I don't know why these are invisible. One thing it could be is that it's actually just not rendering. I'm gonna say it's probably not that one. Maybe though. I can't without turning on that. I'm trying to work out why. I think it could be because you're checking for air, and it's not air, it's water. And therefore, it's actually just that it's not generating these meshes. Well, the one way to check would be to go, hey, you, one of these. There, you. Where? Which one did I just click on? Oh, right, I'm nowhere near that. Okay, it's over there. Yeah, so it's actually just not generating. It's not that the... Because it's actually not got any mesh. I thought it might have been a shading, like... Because I've done it before, where you add like blend or multiply, and it actually turns things invisible. But it's, yeah, it just seems that it's not checking for water and considering water to be transparent. So that's easy. We go to chunk and we go like, hey, when you generate your mesh, where do we check? So we go, hey, if the block is air or water, don't bother. If air, okay, if let air. Okay. If dot is underscore transparent. That's probably spelt terribly wrong, but that's the beauty of IntelliSense, is that someone else can fix that problem. It's not mesh. We want to go to block. We want to go, hey, pub const is transparent self. Function is transparent, and this returns a boolean. And this is self. We match self. Okay. Air, true. Water, not true. No, air and water, true. Everything else, false. This is another one of those, I'm gonna call it, what do I say? Like, every block, unless you specify, isn't transparent, which is, the primary reason for doing that is if you add a new block, I don't want to have to be like, have this huge map. Whereas if you add something and you're like, oh, that should be transparent, you can go and change it. Where, unlike the, generate mesh thing, where it's like you may not know that you've got to specify that the block needs to spawn. You will know if the block has transparent parts or like should render things behind it and isn't. Why are you saying that nothing's using that? That was weird. Something was definitely using that. Anyway, restart. Okay. So, is that a we need greater transparency, or is that a Does this work? No. Don't trust the player controller. Yeah. Okay. Yes, there's lots of water. So the issue is, I don't know. I'm assuming I need to make the water less transparent. So we need to reopen GIMP. And then we'd be like, open water. And I'm thinking, opacity. Right, well, we probably want to go, where's my color picker? Okay, and then be like, that's black. Mustn't have clicked OK. Color picker, okay. Okay, pencil. Okay. Keep saying okay, but I'm like, just squiggle, okay. Squiggle, okay. Just gonna pretend, you know. So maybe we make it. Maybe we should only make it 66% transparent. And then we're gonna be like file export. Yeah, overwrite. That's what we want. Okay. Maybe we should make watch for changes enabled. No. Watch for changes. What am I even using? Yeah, so let's add pre-multiply. Okay, pre-multiply looks pretty good, but pre-multiply also preemptively multiplies. Now, pre-multiply also really exaggerates the multiply. Okay, multiply doesn't do shit. Well, it does. It makes everything darker. Add. So add's like really blend. Ooh, blended's nice dark water. It's the issue is it's okay. What if I'm like no opacity? Override. Well, we have to restart. So maybe we should just go here and be all like main. Just slowing my brain down so I can concentrate long enough to get to where I want to go. Dot set asset plugin. Do you have a default? Platform default. SIO. Easy. Oh, suck. Watch for changes. Change. Watcher. Qualify. With delay. Nope. With seconds. This is change whichever. What? Watch for changes. Change whichever. With delay. I swear I could have made this from a. I thought you could make this thing like just specify with or from seconds or something. With delay. Huh. Huh. Okay. Anyway. In theory, all of our blocks should be back to no, which doesn't make any sense because I'm almost certain that I said that your material is opaque. So why pre-mult? Mult? Opaque? Yeah, so if your material is opaque, this is what you should look like. So why, with this being opaque, am I just like not saving it correctly? Maybe that's what the problem is. Water? No, so you're not got any transparency. So, well, it could be to do with when you say add. No, because that wouldn't make any sense. Mask, well, master, blend, pre-mult, add. I don't know. What if I went to you, went blue? Blue. Okay. And then we're gonna like override. Did it get more blue? I don't know. Not you. You. If we rerun this, this will definitely tell us that it's reloaded it. No, so it doesn't seem to have got any bluer. So I don't... Well, I guess it kind of has, because you can much more clearly see these boundaries. Maybe that's what we should work on. Well, outside of things like... We should, for the sake of making things look nice, go... I want to lower the sea level for one thing. So where's our prelude? Water level, we're going to make it like 16. The other option would be to raise the mountain height, but I just find that the mountains are so close to the water level that it's like, well, you just end up with lots of water. Okay, so what do we want to do? We're going to go to chunk generation and go, hey, when we generate a new chunk, iterate through. So our graph, chunk height equals. So if the chunk height equals height, we want to pick what block. So this is a surface block. Okay. So it's more like if current height is greater than height and less than water level, we set water. If, okay, so we want to add a new thing. This is going to be sand. We should probably start naming these. So we're going to go like you, add water, or this is replace air with water if below water level. Well, that's this one. That's this one. This one is above ground. This is at bedrock. This is top layer of ground. Okay, top layer of ground. This is top 3 layers of ground. Prop of depth. The nothing special. Default. The nothing special default. Okay, so we want to go, before we check if you're the top level of ground, we want to be like, else if current height minus, how do we check the top 3? Water level. So I guess it's water level minus, no, other way. Current height minus water level is greater than greater than 3. No, less than 3. So this is up to 3 blocks above water level. So 3 blocks above water level. We want to say that this is block type sand. Yes, hello. Okay. Well, let's check to see if that works. I'm slowly documenting the code so the person that's helping me will actually have an idea of what I've done without me having to explain everything and without him being forced to watch my like ridiculously long streams. So in theory, anything below water level, which somewhat depressingly is everything below water level, is now sand. And 3 blocks above water level, which is really hard to see in the unshaded stuff. Like, can I turn the shading back on? Unlit, maybe? Nope. It's just really hard to see the boundaries of these blocks. Anyway, so we have our lovely water with our sandy bottom. So what you do then is you just check. And you go... Where do we go? We go chunk generation. We go... yes. I was going to say you could just check to see if the block above it's transparent. But, because we only want to do it if it's near air. I guess one thing you do with that is you go so if current height is within 3 blocks below water level and current height is minus water level is great. Well, I guess no, it's water level minus current height is less than 3. Does that work? So that should mean that only within 3 blocks of the water level, because it's 3 blocks below, 3 blocks above. I hope. Well, we got a block below, 2 blocks below. Okay, well that somewhat works, but I think again it's still it's got really confused. Yeah, so its entire segment is at water level, and therefore, I mean this sandy beach doesn't even have any water in it. I mean, we need to mix current height in so that, yeah, so somehow we have to mix the current height in, because mixing the current height, not the current height, the height. So if your height is less, and it's not that, it's height. Height. Water level minus height? No, it's probably height. 3 height minus water level. So if the water level is 16 and the height is 15, that gives us -1. No. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I'm trying to think this out in my head. So 16, 16 is 0. 14 gives -2. Okay, so if water level minus height, so that means that if the height is is greater than 3. Is greater than 3? Sand. So if the height's it's -1. I think I actually want it the other way. Have I spelt it wrong? Anyway. Let's go to my constants, have a look. H-I-G-H-T. Let's just paste that there and go it's H-E-I-G-H-T. H-E-I-G-H-T. That just looks really weirdly long. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely backwards. Now it's not within 3 blocks of the surface. So what were we doing? So we need to flip this around and say the other way, maybe? What I'm going for is, like, it can spawn while it's underwater as long as it's within 3 blocks of the surface, meaning that only lakes and rivers will get it. No, so that didn't work either, which... What? I think this is to the... Is that gonna work? I can't even copy it because there's a small like heart thing next to the like in the chat thing that won't let me copy there because it's like, oh, you want to send emojis in the chat? Anyway, I feel like this has gone the wrong way in that, like, when I go to water, it's only where there's water that it's not. So I need to invert that, which hilariously I think means that it becomes a height minus water level is less than 3. We'll see. Anyway, you said to do this. Oh, no, you didn't copy it apparently. Copy. Find and replace. Find that and replace I think I need to get rid of the spaces, the enters. So this is a regular expression and replace with that. I need to learn regular expressions. That's amazing. Thank you. And now, because it's spelled correctly, IntelliSense will take care of it until the next time I need to start the word fresh. Anyway, what were we doing? We were going, hey, did this work? After I got a side tangent of regular expressions. Well, what's nice is I see sand all the way to the bottom of the lake. The question is, if I come in here, is there sand below the ground? No. Well, there's a fuckload of sand down this way, but... Oh, because I bet it's not that I'm actually making 3 blocks of sand. I'm literally just saying that sand can only spawn when the height's below sea level. Well, I mean, it makes sense, which means we need to chuck in that other thing that basically says that current height minus... current height minus water level dot abs. Is that correct? The current height's 15 and the water level is 15. I want you to be sand. 3 above or 3 below. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Because it means that if you're like more than 3 blocks below, so -4, you'll actually be translated into 4, which means that it shouldn't spawn more than 3 blocks below. The idea being that rivers will always have a base of sand up to exactly 3 blocks deep. We could also add some more random, but again, for every bit of random we... Fuck. God damn it. No. It's not random. So this stops it from spawning underground. Maybe this needs to be the absolute. So this stops it from being above the water level, and this stops it from being too far below the water level. Who knows? Oh, still not working. Why? What am I doing wrong? What I need to do is like the same thing. When I was generating the collision meshes, I was like on stream, I kept struggling with it, and then I got off stream and I just slowed down a little bit and actually got it done in like half an hour. So the height minus that, so that's what stops it from going more than 3 blocks above water level. Because it's current height, yeah. So then we just say that. So it's got to be that like, if I guess if current height minus, where's the one that I checked? Yeah, so no, it's if height minus current height is less than 3. I guess I'll take the absolute of this, just so that so up to 3 blocks above water and 3 below ground. All right, let's try that. Okay, well, it's promising because we seem to have at least sand all the way to bedrock. And then we're going to go down, and we're going to go, please don't be sand all the way down. Hey! Hey! Okay. And since I now know how to control that, what we can do is we can be like, chunk, gen block. Height, yep, here, and then we're going to go RNG dot gen range between 1 and 4. What have I done? Why have I got this? What is this? No, it's not Control F. Well, it went away when I uncontrol F'd it, but anyway. We probably want the same for you. What would probably be smart, just for speed reasons, would probably be to generate like a small like array of like random numbers between certain sets of values. So like between 1 and 4 and 1 and 7, and so like, or maybe prime numbers 1 and 5, 1 and 7, 1 and 13, and then have these pick from that array that's generated at the beginning, being like, I want, you know, random value 6 or random value 10, so that you're not generating a random number for the chunk every single height of every single, because that's kind of what this is doing. See, because we've spiffed up the edges, because we've basically said at least 1 block, at least one block within the water is guaranteed to be sand, because I said the minimum is 1, but then there's a sort of a random chance. The issue with this is because of the way that random is generated, it goes, this block will check and go, should I be sand? No, this block can, but this block will be, and then it'll be like, this block will check and go, oh, I got a different random number, so I won't be sand, and you can, like this one, I guess would be better. This one says I'm not going to be sand, but this one will by the number that one rolled. But then this one gets to go and it goes, I'm not going to be sand because the number I rolled. So theoretically, you know, all the way down until you're rolling 1, the next block. So it's just a really, like a large waste of compute. If that makes sense, because like this is the perfect example, I guess. So it's generated sand when it rolled this one, but not sand when it rolled this one. So what I need is for that to cascade down on a specific height. The issue with that is you also run into that. Here would do the same, where it's like underwater as dirt because this one generated, this one didn't. But it's not just the entire height, because I guess the one behind you could end up being the wrong height. But I guess that just looks like this. It doesn't end up with sand on top and then dirt. Dirt on the sand is fine. It's the sand over the dirt that you don't want. I guess, okay, so to fix the sand over the dirt. The issue with it, and this is why I'm saying it needs to become more of a generic, like these are where you pick your random numbers from, is you're going to end up generating random numbers for values even though like even though they're not like needed. So you want to be able to reuse this as much as possible, so you're not generating like potential sand height, potential this height. So it's going to be like let sand, or like let RNG 0 equal RNG dot gen range 0 through 4. I'm gonna say 0 and including 4. Right, and then you basically go down here and you say you are RNG 1 or RNG 0, and you are also RNG 0, which it wouldn't really matter. You could have your own separate one here. What you're just saying is like you come up with a bunch of rules for your generation and say, hey, like this chunk generates its RNG 0 and it equals this value, and then every time you want to refer to a specific RNG, and you have things like RNG 0 is always between the values of like 0 and 1, and RNG 2 is always between the values of -1 and 1, and so that you don't end up with like loops having different values. You basically say, generate this, and then on the next loop run, and you just sort of know what you want. And also, it doesn't even lock you in really, because your RNG can basically say, I want something completely random generated. So apparently, whatever RNG, like whatever I've done there, so maybe it's because it should possibly be because it's sand before, so maybe you just need to be +1. One of them is just off by a little bit, so it means that it's possible to roll a number that or it's the 4. And see, because they're using exactly the same value, and they yeah, see, it's just because the it was possible to roll a depth that was impossible to meet, so it just turned into grass again. What's interesting about this, and this is what again where you do the RNG, is now our sand has dirt under it because it's within 3 blocks of the surface. But we can do the same thing of saying like we always want at least so much dirt. So is less than RNG 0, which means that now instead of having an RNG call, like, yeah, it means I do an RNG call even though I don't use it in like 90% of my generations. But instead of doing 2 calls here, we just do 1, and we do 1 here, but we always get a sort of standardized result. Or I guess it's even less, because on this one, we would have called RNG every height, every step up, whereas, so we would have called RNG 16 times, or whatever chunk size is. Chunk size? Yeah, so we would have called RNG 16 times. Now we call it once and then use it 16 times. Same here, is we would have, if we wanted the dirt to vary in thickness. And the thing is, we can change this value. It's just that we need to remember things like this needs to be 1 greater than RNG 0. I guess it was probably less noticeable when I was actually picking random numbers. Like the odds of the numbers rolling are so low. Because I guess what it needed, and the reason you never saw the dirt there is you needed it to RNG 0 multiple times. Or like RNG the same number multiple times. Otherwise, it would spawn a dirt and then put a sand on top. Anyway, so if I go under here, like now there's no dirt because the dirt specifies the same value as the sand. But it also means if we come up here, the dirt has varying depths. But the dirt... Oh, because it's 1 being the top. So we probably want to say something like... We want it to be deeper than that. So we want to guarantee. Which I guess you would probably do something like... Call this RNG 1. Oh, it's also supposed to be 1 and... So you should generate between 2 and 4. And so RNG1 now represents the thickness of surfaces. So wherever I use like a depth. So this is how many blocks below the surface level, and then this is how many deep. So everywhere I use depth, I use that same value. Okay. And off we go. Let's see what this looks like. I also need to still break the the camera out of the thing, because if I turn on the visibility, is it? No, it's on the camera. If I turn on the collider on this bad boy, make you dynamic. Why am I not falling? That's weird. Anyway, if I rotate the camera, it can like rotate over walls and stuff. I am curious how slow the game's going to get if I go and turn on... Oh. This is probably going to break things. I just remember when I was doing the last live stream, I was running at like 1 frame every 4 seconds or something. And it was to do with, like, in this debug rendering mode, it is just so slow. Interesting that all of these have colliders. Should you have a collider? You shouldn't have a collider. That's interesting. I'm going to go turn that off. You shouldn't have a collider. When you generate a collider, return none if the vector array is empty. Do I ever return a collider early? No, because I would have had to wrap it. This is the only... So it's definitely not here that you're getting your colliders. It's got to be when I'm spawning the chunks. Which means it's in here. Generating start chunks. You don't get colliders. And when I generate you don't get colliders. You need to despawn recursive. Because otherwise you don't take the water with you. Where are they getting a collider from? Like down here. I'm only inserting the collider if you return a collider. Which is weird, because you shouldn't return a collider if there's no blocks in you. Let's set them up to player. Colliders, mesh, do collections. Let's go here, collider. What do we got? So we let mesh collider, yeah, so if there's some collider, we gen the collider, collider. When we generate the collider here, I say if there's nothing in the mesh, just empty, you know, like return none. So it shouldn't be inserting a collider. Also, why have you got... Do you use those? No, where'd they even come from? That's weird. I must have used them at some point to generate something that I've now replaced. Yeah, so if it generates nothing, it just returns none. So unless I'm somehow generating like a really tiny triangle or a vertex is none. So for each of these, if the block, so if block, well, it's not transparent, so I guess I'll leave that as air and water. I was going to say that they should check that is transparent, but that's not actually correct. It's okay, so It's also the same as this shouldn't probably check for is transparent. But anyway, if let's get the block. If block is transparent. Is transparent is the wrong word. It should be like is solid. So we'll just make another one. We'll be like pub const is solid. Boolean, yep. So you just become false and you become true. Because the reason solid and transparent I'm going to consider separate things is because in Minecraft, leaves are transparent, but they are solid. You can stand on them, but you can see meshes on the other side. So for the sake of generating colliders, you would want to say like render behind them, but don't make them walkable. So is solid. If not is solid. For direction, if not solid, continue. Direction, if get block self reverse air, reverse air. Okay, so it shouldn't be air again, it should be is solid. Because that would mean that water also counts. Block equals is solid. Wait. If the previous block is solid and you're not solid. Okay, there we go. That should, in theory, generate appropriate meshes. So I'm not quite sure why it's returning. It could be that the vertexes are just never empty. Like it could be like something I'm doing wrong. That's interesting. Something else is adding meshes. That's what's happening. Something else is adding colliders. Because you can see they don't have colliders, but the mesh is generated, and that happens the same frame. Or at least it should. Oh my god, it's going to crash the stream again, isn't it? Does anything consume this? What consumes this? You. Events. Yep, you. Send. Yeah, but that's all you do is you send it. You don't event right up. Mesh event? Up here. You add the event. You consume the event. Okay, so it's never actually used, which is hilarious. So I'm just going to go like, can you bugger off because you're literally an event that nothing ever consumes. So. And you're just going to cause issues as I try to track down bugs. Okay, well, one last thing to check is to go, does it ever actually return none? Maybe I'm always inserting something and that's causing an issue. So it could also just be that, actually no, that's probably it. Probably going to stop looking. No, because they had colliders, didn't they? I'm thinking it could be that they're rigid bodies and therefore they've just got a marker without actually having a collider. Like they're just marked. Oh, look at it go. Surely they didn't make it that much slower by adding the is solid. Oh god, it's so slow. Boy, it takes a long time. I'm surprised the async cannibalizes the main loop. I like it does. Okay. If we want to be more memory heavy, we could pass on for them. These meshes look wrong is the problem. I probably should have done git commits before I broke things. We could also turn the render distance way down. That would help. Let's turn this down to like 3. That's another thing I did with the render distance for the sake of performance. Technically, your render distance is always 5 blocks further than your actual render distance. And the idea being that the block will unload visibly, but won't despawn until your render distance is actually like far away. So if you run in a small circle and cross like a boundary, you're not constantly unloading and loading chunks. I guess you are. Actually, no, because they'll only unload. They'll only unload, but they'll hide and they won't spawn until you. So basically, if you keep running back and forth in a 5-chunk line, like across in a 5-chunk square, you won't load any new chunks, because you won't unload any chunks until you leave that 5-block square. Now, what happened to the game? Where did it go? Building terminal. Okay, so we've greatly reduced the render distance. It could be getting really laggy because I broke something in the collision code when I okay, render distance at 3 is still horrendously large. It could also be that because I'm spawning... Yeah, something looks very broken. Yeah, something is very broken. Let's just kill that. We need to go back to here. Be like... The generating of colliders is broken. Like, really badly. So... That's correct, because that's checking to see if you're air or water and skipping you. This used to say, if block is not air, no, so I feel like not air and is solid is the same thing. So it'd be like, if self.getDirection is solid, continue. That would probably be the biggest likelihood of causing the lag. Instead of generating a collider for every single mesh, I'm generating, like, only where you can see it. I'm like, yeah, look how much faster that is. And don't invert things that don't need to be inverted. Something's still wrong, because these should be crossing boundaries, but, you know. Anyway, it's so much faster when you can turn that off. See, even water. Actually, I guess water should do this because water. No, because water should. Well, first off, water shouldn't even have any colliders whatsoever. So, why does the water have colliders? Hello? I mean, it's part of the mesh. So when I generate your colliders, you were supposed to be continuing on water. That's funny. Because that kind of implies if I turn on my rigid body on my camera, rigid body, I won't be able to fly through water anymore because it's solid. No, I can still fly through it. Why does it have a... Yeah, no. Okay, going certain directions through water is impossible. That's hilarious. Like, for example, here, why? Because you're checking something. Okay, so what did you say? You said not water, which is solid, and is air, which is not solid. Not is solid. Okay. So if you are solid, if your previous block was solid and in front of it is air, then you can continue. So it's here. So while solid, okay, next, get block next, isn't air, is solid. That should fix the water. All right, so now our water isn't pumped full of colliders. And I think that also fixed the other bug that I was talking about where we need to look too high on there. No, so you, for some reason, you went down, but you did. So something else is crossing. Oh, it's because this thing extends to here. Yeah, it's a chunk boundary. So I'm not entirely sure because I don't know how Bevy Repu actually deals with it, but in theory, the fact that all these colliders continue on through the block shouldn't matter because they're the same collider, like, or they're just as many planes to check, and means that, like, if I'm going to collide here, it doesn't matter that also in this block I would collide. And it also means that when I turn on my dynamic crashy, where is it? No, it's you. Everybody. Dynamic. Nope, not fixed. Dynamic. It also means that there was a bug I had originally when I did this, that if you walked into like the corner of a block, you could, well, do that, basically. But that's also because I'm flying, like I'm directly setting my position. I haven't actually built a player controller. But the idea is that those extra bits of collider should stop you from being able to do that because you can't just clip through. There is collider running under the solid ground if there's a block face there. I probably have the directions wrong, but in theory the directions also stop you. Anyway, no. Splish. Okay. Let's go to our area context, turn that off, and turn off our rigid body, please, so that we can fly through shit again. Alright, well I don't like those seams in the water, so I think I'm going to get rid of them next. Which I guess will also improve performance after the chunks have generated, because there won't be all these inside blocks either. But it does mean that a block needs to make sure that its neighbor is generated, which means we're going to have to change our generation code. Okay. So sadly, I think this means we have to break the ECS up. Well, we have to break out of the ECS in order to do this, because we need to store a like an actual map of chunk data, which means that the we can't leave it in the ECS. Otherwise, when we go to make things async, we have to query into the ECS, and that's not allowed. So where's our map? This is going to be a hash map of chunk IDs and chunks. Okay, so now you hold chunk ID and chunk data. So, which means that, well, a chunk should probably also now contain additional information more than just its blocks. This is why I was avoiding this. It's just become this big chain of constantly changing things because we need to be able to hold information. Blocks. So this does make it more serializable because we will just be serializing the stuff. So I could say like entities. So mobs will get grouped into chunks when they unload. It'll like query for all the mobs and unload the mobs inside the chunk as well. Entity, which is going to be an entity. Okay. So it's going to be complaining because all sorts of things all over the place are treating this as one type or another. New. So I guess you need to specify. Do we keep the chunks ID as well here? I guess ID is chunk ID. That would also mean that when you say new, we can give you that. Then we say entity. No, we're gonna say your entity is an option. entity, because that will let me like generate a chunk like asynchronously, and only when I insert it into the world I can give it an ID. So it's going to have an ID of pos. It's going to have an entity of none, and it's going to have a blocks of chunk. All right, so that's that small error fixed. Why are you complaining? What else is not working? Get blocks. Okay, so it's self dot blocks. Okay, that fixes all those bugs. So then we go here and we say, hey, you have chunk, and the chunk doesn't implement display, which means that you just lose display. Okay, then we say get, and you return. You return entity. Get entity, which takes in a chunk ID and returns an entity. So you will then get this unwrap and then returns none if the option was none, otherwise calls F. E. And then we go E dot entity. What? Why can't I access your entity? You son of a bitch. I've made it up. It's all private. Let's just see. All of this stuff's public for now. E dot entity. Okay. Okay. I'm surprised that's working. Okay. Gen start chunks. We'll just call for our map insert ID commands spawn. Okay. Chunk. Okay, so let mute chunk equal chunk new. Okay, generate a new chunk. And then you're going to take a chunk. Wait, no, you don't get the chunk anymore. You just get the chunk ID. So that means we're going to go say let entity equal that that. Okay, that gives you an entity, and then we're going to go chunk. You're going to have a new method. New set entity. Okay, set entity, which is going to take in mute self and an entity, which is an entity, and it's going to do nothing with it. It's just going to say, and we're going to do self dot entity equals some entity. Oh, okay, so wait, why did it? Oh, because I spelled it wrong there. That was weird. Okay, you do that, and then we're going to say pub get. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's what happens. So I'm pretty sure what happened there in my brain is I typed entity, saw that I had typed it wrong because it was trying to IntelliSense to a different spelling, backspaced the wrong number of times, and then just put the two T's together instead of putting the letter in between them. Okay, so we spawn, and then we say chunk.set entity. Entity, yep. And then we say ID, and then we say chunk. Okay. So the other issue is we're going to have to split the map off into a read-write map. So we're going to have to say, hello map, I'm going to have to implement some new functions for you. Gen chunk. It was control backspace. Yeah, I mean, if I could touch type, I probably would do those. but it's just that annoying thing of like, if I'm going to spell the word wrong, like at least in my head, I'm going to keep spelling the word wrong, which means redoing the whole word is not going to really help. So what I tend to try and do instead is I'll see that it's spelt wrong up there, and it tells me sort of where I went wrong, because it'll, you know, have the spelling up to the point that you got it wrong, and then it'll be like a white letter and then blue letters again saying like you. So it's like, oh, I missed a letter, and then I'll backspace until it starts backspacing the blue again, and then type, you know, from what I see on the screen. Okay, gen chunk, and then so this is going to take in self and a chunk ID, which is a chunk ID. I think we should just pass the chunk ID in like this. Okay. So, okay. So the map probably needs to hold the map descriptor. That'll, we just give you a map descriptor. Yeah, so we're going to say world. You get a reference to a world descriptor. Okay. Yeah, because it's the world descriptor that gives us the random noise. Okay, cool. So what I should probably do is put you in a read-write lock. Which means I need to put you in a mutex, which means we probably just go like fucking pub struct map in internal, which is going to be this bit. Okay, got that bit, and then we're going to go, you are going to be a std sync atomic reference count to an std sync read write lock of a map internal. I don't know if this is the best way of doing this, but it is the way I'm going to do it for now. Why can you not do this? You can't have default? Yeah, okay, so you're a resource. Okay, so why are you complaining you need? Okay, no function, map name, no, okay. Yeah, it doesn't have default. Okay, so get entity. Well, we'll probably give you default, like this. Default, and then give you derive default. Like so. Does that work? Yes, okay, cool. So when I say get entity, 0 dot read dot unwrap. Okay. It's getting very complicated. Unwrap dot 0. Okay. What do you insert? Okay. So we should probably expand this. Anyway, so gen chunk on you. Interesting. I don't know why I made this async. Let's just unasync this quickly. I know there's a reason I made it async, but it's because I need to make the chunk generation actually async, but I'm just like not at that point yet. I need to get it working before I go dicking around making async shit, because otherwise it just takes so long to program. Okay, so yeah, you don't have a default. Default. All right. So gen chunk. So that's gonna say chunk. What am I doing? No. Chunk new with a position, which is ID, noise, which is reference to descriptor dot RNG, and the seed is descriptor dot seed. Okay, so then you're going to say like, that's why I was making you async. Okay, So self dot insert so what was I doing? So insert ID and then the newly generated chunk. I was making it async because I need to be able to pass the goddamn map around. Like so that I can access the map. Okay, so this needs to be renamed to map map internal. I keep like forgetting what I was doing. So we need to go your map internal, but you are now map. And then we need to go import map, and you're going to just get exactly these two functions, but you're just going to call self.0.read, self0.read unwrap get entity with the ID, and then you're going to do the same thing with self.0.write unwrap gen chunk. Okay, so to insert, okay, so maybe I could pass the, when I say like gen chunk, we should probably give you an entity as well. Entity, just an entity. Like so, and then you should say that this also gets the entity. What am I doing? I want to copy this up here, and say let new chunk equals generate the new chunk, and then we say chunk dot set entity, and then we say chunk. Okay. So this means that we want to go here, we want to go here, we want to go map. We don't even need this to be readable, we just need to go res map. Okay, so for you chunk ID. So we're getting this chunk. We say chunk. So this is the genning the start chunks. So we want to go map dot gen chunk. So we're going to let entity equal this, and then we're going to go gen chunk. We're going to say descriptor, and then the entity here, and then do you return anything? No. So we don't need to insert you. We don't have to chunk. Set entity. Yeah. Okay. So all of that. So we need the map descriptor, which is the world descriptor. We need a reference to you. Okay, so that should generate all our starting chunks. Okay, so then we want to go do exactly the same thing here. No, I think we went one too deep. Right. No, you do something different. You're just weird like that. So we say gen chunk. Except it's not ID, it's pos. You're also pos. And you're also pos. Okay. So that should generate that. We need to say map.0.contains. How is that working? Oh, because you're map internals. No, you're just map. Thank you. Map.contains chunk. All right, then we go up to the map. We go map. Contains chunk, which takes in self and a reference to a ID. That's a chunk ID. So when we want to return a bool. All right, so we're going to go like self.0.read.unwrap.contains contains chunk ID. Okay, and then we want to go up here and go copy this exactly, paste this here, and then we want to go self.0. Contains key ID. Okay. Well, so ID done test e.get ID. Okay, so what's our map here? This is our map internal. So now you need to be a map. And so you would be map dot get underscore. Cannot find map in this scope. Yeah, but you should be able to find map in this scope. Let me go up the top. Somewhere up here, we're going to be importing map internal. No, it's just you do not get to import map internal. You just get map. Thank you. Map dot get entity. Okay. So that should all work this almost exactly the same. You don't need to be mutable because apparently we don't need mutable access when you can just get read-write locks. Now this is obviously going to cause issues because while the chunks are generating, it's going to be requesting write locks, and that's going to probably lock everything up. But we'll be right. Chunk self.insert cannot merge mutably. Mute. Yeah, that's why we call write. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you generate all the chunks. So if all went well, outside of potential performance loss because it's all async, and therefore it's all doing atomics to make sure that everything stays synced, it should crash immediately. That's what we wanted to see. Yeah, that's because we haven't inserted the map. Right. First off, we're going to go back to our map generation here. Go up here, go map internal. Map internal is not public and is also not a resource. So that should track down some errors. For example, map internal, no, map default. And that's apparently revealed at least one more. Yeah, this is map. Res map. Okay, map remove underscore chunk. Okay. We need to be all like you pub remove chunk, which is self and ID, and then we're gonna say self.0.write.unwrap. Remove chunk ID. Okay, then we go up here and we go, please copy this exact function signature. Except this should be a mute. Okay, and then we're going to say self.0.remove ID. Okay, so that should result in that working. We insert the map, we do that all properly. Okay. Okay. Well, something went terribly wrong, but that's almost certainly to do with how we say generate the main. But I'm going to quickly mute myself and go to the toilet. I will be right back because it's making it hard to concentrate. So what were we doing? We were going, why exactly were you not spawning any chunks? It's almost certainly because chunk meshes. Ah, right, this runs on gen chunk mesh tasks, which means that we probably need to do something along the lines of, in our map, where was it? It's in here, map. So in our internals, we need to say import map, no, internals. In our internals, we need to expand this. So this is going to be called chunks. Okay. Chunks, and then this is going to be need new, I guess, and this is going to be a hash set of chunk ID. New. Okay, so when we say chunks, okay, chunks. Okay, so we're going to say pub get new, which is going to take in mute self and return a impl iter item chunk ID, and this is going to say self.new.drain. That'll work. Won't it? No. Does drain not live long enough? Is that what the problem is? I would have thought drain returned. Yeah, drain TA new dot drain. Okay. Thank you. Bitter. Okay. Weird. Why can't I drain it? Alright, well, that's something I'll have to work out later. What do we want to do? We want to add this. No, and then it's just a self dot 0 dot read. No, we want to write dot unwrap dot drain. Get no. Yeah, so you return. Wait, how do you return a temporary? Because you, right? Okay. See, so I want to take. First off, this is going to be called take new. Take new. And we're going to call this one take new as well. Okay, so I want you to return an std collection. No, it's just a hash brown. It must be okay. Well, I don't know how to determine what type you are. Yeah, placeholder type's not allowed. You need to be like this, and I want you to be drained. So drain must keep the lifetime. So maybe I'll just return a vector of chunk IDs. Okay, so collect. Alright, and then you just return a vector of chunk IDs, and then yeah, take no. Okay, so that means for every time we generate a chunk, which means that we can probably move the generate chunk code into, but we don't really want to get write access unnecessarily. So I guess you could read and then write. Anyway, what are we doing? We go back to main. Then we go gen chunk test. Okay. So gen chunk tasks. You need to take in not a query, but a res map. Okay, so then ooh, okay. So this is, so we need to say for id in map dot map no, it's a chunks dot take new. Okay, so data, and then we say data dot get chunk. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so if we said we need chunk, we're gonna go back to chunk. Where's chunk? Chunk map chunk. Your gen okay, so if we said like pub make mesh pub make mesh, which would take in an ID, which is a chunk ID. Maybe I should use pub async. Okay, so you take in an ID, a map, which is a super map. So we can clone the map internals to give you an actual map rather than just a reference. And you also need the what is it you need? No, there's new. When I call GenMesh, I need an immutable reference to texture handles. But texture handles just holds a relight block. So I'm gonna just say I needed texture handles. Because what I do is just clone it and pass it in. So you need a atlas map. Like so. And then you will return a tuple of option. You know what? Perfect timing. We're going to go pub struct chunk gen data. We're going to say main mesh, which is an option mesh, water mesh, which is an option mesh, and a collider, which is a option collider. Okay, and then this will just return a chunk gen data. Okay, and then we're just going to go. So first off, you don't take in a reference; you just actually take in the whole thing. And then we're going to go chunk gen data. I'm going to say main mesh. Okay. I guess let chunk equal id dot get, not get, chunk map dot get chunk. No, not gen. We're gonna go to the map. We're gonna say you have a function get chunk, which will take in a self and a chunk and an ID, and this will return a chunk ID. I guess a reference to a chunk ID. And then you will return a reference to a chunk, an option reference chunk, and this will say self.chunks.get ID. Okay. Okay, so we're going to say let map equal map dot 0 dot read dot unwrap. Boy, it takes a lot of work to make things async. Jeez. Okay, so we're going to say map dot get chunk, and then it's just going to take in the ID. So now we have an option of the chunk. So this should probably return an option chunk gen data. We probably in the future need to turn that into an error so that we can know it's because the chunk's not loaded. So then we're going to say chunk, and then we're going to say chunk dot gen mesh with a reference to the text atlas. Then we say water mesh is chunk dot gen water mesh, and then we say collider is chunk dot gen collider. Okay, and then you're supposed to return option, so you should return sum. That's the issue, is we take, because we take them. Okay, Maybe I should change it to a while. No, because that just means it won't work. Could do channels, all sorts of things. Anyway, so it's not data clone. It's task async move. So it's move. Then we want to say it's chunk gen mesh. No, make mesh. Alright, and then with our task pool, U should be a task that returns an option chunk mesh gen data. Okay, so U an option returns the option data. Okay. So then you just call this, but we need ID, which we've already cloned. We need the atlas, which we've already cloned. We need the let map equal chunks.clone. Doesn't have a clone. Okay, anyway. Map. You need to derive clone. Alright, so you should be easily able to derive clone though. You need closing brace somewhere. Open, okay, so close. Okay, so what's your problem? Atlas map isn't not found in the scope. Because it's called Atlas. Okay. Then we need a oh wait. I mean, the other option is I don't think I need to async move this because we literally just are waiting it anyway. Okay. Yeah. So we need to say let new equal chunks take, because apparently this borrows it with a reference. Chunks take, and then we say new. Can't borrow you as mutable? Oh, is it take new is not mutable? We have a rewrite lock, so we don't need it mutable. Okay, anyway. So we generate all the chunks, we insert them all into the list, we return an error if it's not, we return none if it's not in the list. So mesh collider options. So we say future, so let sum I guess data equals, okay, and then we're going to say not expect, well I guess it is expect, let some else error fail to gen chunk. Continue. It is in a loop, yeah, so continue. Okay, so E is a map dot get entity for ID, expect chunk to be in the world. If let sum collider, okay, if let sum equals data.collider. Is it all private? Why did I make it all private? Task. Yeah, chunk. Yeah, don't duplicate. Pub. Okay, so we go here, we go. So data.collider mesh dot no, it's data dot main mesh and data dot water mesh. Okay. So let's try that for asyncing right now. The issue with this is if it fails because it's not in the map, which shouldn't really happen, except like in some cases where it unloads before it gets a chance to finish generating. It's still not doing it. Why are you still not doing it? Why are you being a little bitch? So, add chunk meshes. Yeah. So, gen. Okay, so we're gonna go here, we're gonna say this, when we call make mesh, we're just gonna print line generating U, and this is gonna be ID. Alright, this should at least tell me if we're getting to this point. I suspect what it is when we add a mesh, we don't insert them into the new. So when we say not gen mesh, we need to go to map. Yeah, so we're just never generating them. So we go map. YouTube's complaining about not enough data. Sorry if the streams got really choppy. So we gen chunk. We say chunk dot set entity insert and then self dot new dot insert ID. Okay, there we go. Run that again. So that should actually mean that we have specified every new chunk needs to be generated. Yep, and we have our world working. Interestingly, we don't seem to be generating new chunks, but that's probably got something to do with the fact that we're probably still spawning chunks directly and not generating them. So first off, we need to go to chunk and we need to say, hey chunk, you're no longer a component, because this will track down all of the locations where the chunk is being used inappropriately. So hide chunks. So it's not with chunk, it's just everything chunk ID. Anything with a chunk ID. So that fixes that. Well, apparently, nowhere's doing it. Gen visible chunks. Okay, so if you contain chunk. If you contain chunk, we continue. Otherwise, we say entity spawn. Well, we call gen chunk with your entity. Why are you not working? So this is gen view chunks. So both of these do exactly the same thing. Yeah, so then you call gen chunk with you, and then you say chunk set chunk no insert no. Okay. Interesting. So what's really throwing me is it's not generating new. Oh, okay. It definitely generated new chunks in the wrong location. There seems to be just a pile of chunks being spawned in the same location. So as I move, why are they all spawning in exactly the same location? That is the question. And is that location happen to be 0, 0? Well, you're at negative 48. Negative 48. So if I just keep moving away, you're building a wall of chunks, but yet it's still all at the same place. Okay, we want a really high number chunk. Where is it spawning? 48. Huh. Why? Why is it being funny like this? Chunks. Okay, so when I say new, the chunk, it's definitely not the chunk code. Make chunk, it's probably not that code either. It's the fact that they're all in the same location. It's making it difficult. Which means it's got to be how the map's inserting them. So the map spawns them. Gen start chunks. So the start chunks will work. which means that it's probably got something more to do with the fact that your position, so you spawn from view distance, center. Okay, so we need to get chunk ID from player. Alright, so we have the chunk ID. Ooh, wait a second. Let me say like center dot y set y maybe 0. Now we probably just want to undo this back to what we had and just go. Okay, so we have the player's position divided by the chunk size as an infinity as I-T. So yeah, just setting y. Okay, so then we go through each of these. And we go to each of you and go, okay, so your new position. So if map contains the chunk x plus x 0, z plus z 0. Okay. Yeah. And then we spawn you, and you're x times chunk size, y times chunk size, z times chunk size. Well, that feels wrong because it's not. It shouldn't be x, y, z as chunk size. It should be center plus x, right? Is that what? So that would explain why you're correct. Did I copy paste something wrong? Must have. Y, z. I probably just copy pasted the code from the starting chunks, which obviously don't need to be offset, and then all future chunks do need to be offset. Are you spawning chunks now? You are slowly starting to spawn chunks. But again, they're still spawning all in the same place. So we need to go all the way to the bottom and go, hey, you like -10. Why are you all spawning in a line? There's a lot of them and they're all spawning in the same line. You're at like -15. So it's -48, which is -3. Why are they all spawning at -3? Okay, well, center's always 0, so you just be y. Times chunk size. Right, so it must be you and you. I'm guessing if I pop this open, it's going to tell me like what I broke. Like if I look. So it was pos.x, pos.y, pos.z. And pos is u. And how did I have it set up? Is because it's, yeah, so instead of adding them together, because we already had them up there, we just say pos.x pos.y and pos.z. Yeah, see, now there's no changes. Okay. Maybe that'll fix it. Excuse me. Stop running. And then run. So with this, we now will have the ability to access like neighboring chunks. Okay, so our infinite world gen seems to have gone back. I must have shrunk the world map size. That might explain why. I'm going like, surely it would render further than this. I want to render this at 3. So that's why I have to fly so close to the edge before it. Wow, that looked really cool. The game's really slow now. Like, really slow. But we're also generating and writing shit to the screen again. Okay. Stop writing shit to console. Search generating. No, I want to search for this piece of text. Thank you. Generating. There it is. Print line. Okay. You don't say that anymore. I suspect it's going to have issues with qualifying like new chunks, because it's going to have to make sure that no chunks are being generated when it adds new chunks, because it needs write access. And I don't think the read-write lock, maybe it does, but I don't think the read-write lock will say, hey, you can't get any more new read accesses because I've got a write waiting. So it's not like once all the current chunks finish, it can write. It's like, no, all chunks need to finish generating, because as new chunks come in, they'll get the read, because multiple reads can be held at the same time. Like, it's not going to pause and wait for the write and then let the write happen and then go back to the read. So we will need that. But anyway, I should probably commit this to Git. So let's just go like working main world gen async. Just going to commit that so that I don't accidentally break something. Push that for anyone who wants to read it more closely. Because what we need to do now is go like, hey, gen mesh. And generating mesh is also going to take in a reference to a map, which is going to be a map. I guess it's going to be a map internal. So we're going to go back to map internal. We're going to say pub for get block, which is going to take in a self and a block, which is going to be an block ID, which is just a fancy way of saying IVEC3. Then we're going to return a block type. Okay, and then this is going to go let chunk equal chunk ID from block. All right, and then we're going to say let block equal block minus chunk. We're going to have to add some code in order to allow that to work, but then we're going to say let some chunk equal self dot get chunk ID. So it's else block return block type air. Okay, so we have the chunk, we get the chunk, and then we say chunk dot so chunk, we need to say chunk get block. This needs to be pub. And you take in a chunk ID? No, you should take in a block ID. We'll work on that. Block ID. So then this is just let's get block. Get block, and then this would be block. And then get block returns block type. Okay. So you become a reference like so. Get chunk. Okay. Not ID. Chunk. Okay. So we're just gonna go here. And we're gonna go components. We need to impl sub so std ops sub chunk ID for block ID, and then it's going to be like sub, and then we're going to say we need to mute self. Mute. I guess it's more like, yeah, so self dot 0 dot x minus equals right hand side dot 0 dot x times by chunk size, and then we do that 3 times, and we say y and z and y and z, and then return self. Your output is a block ID. Okay, this allows us to basically set a block within a chunk. No method named y. I mean, no method named y. Oh, because you want the x, y, z as well. All right, so we need to go up to here, go here, come down here, and go impl block ID for okay. So get block current. Where's current coming from? Current is a block ID. New. So block ID doesn't have new yet, so pub new, and it takes in x, which is an I32, y, which is an I32, and z, which is an I32, and returns a block ID. And this is just going to say block ID I vec3 new xyz. Okay, so you're just a wrapper. Okay, so get what are you saying? No method name current dot get. Okay, right, so we need to go here and we need to say get. So that's up. Okay. Now what are you complaining about? Get block, get direction. Well, what are you saying? Current here is block ID. Block ID. Oh, because I bet you I didn't change this to being a block ID, which means that the type shifts around. Okay. Let's see what's happening now. So we get block. We say pos chunk less than cos. Okay. So we need to go back here and go, hey, you have this functionality implemented, and we need to do this for you as well. This is block ID. And then this is block ID. What am I doing? I just pasted something. Shift. That's what happens when you hold control instead of shift. It just starts doing stuff. Oh yeah, so all of these in here. Oh. I need to be like within where I'm looking. I want not the number 4 to be dragged out. Chunk ID ID to be replaced with block ID. Okay. So gen mesh takes in a second. I'll do it. Map. Gen water mesh should also do the same thing. It should take in an argument, which is just a reference to map map, which is a reference to map internal. Map. Alright. So all this is to get block. Right. So you need to be a block ID. I think you're the same. You need to be a block ID. All right. So that should mean that all of this code still works the same. Unused variable map. Yep, cool. Don't care. So when we say self.getBlock, it should be not self, map.get block. And then it's the same here. Instead of self.getBlock, it should be map.getBlock. Now the question is, do we ever use a reference to self? We do, and we say if let air equals self.getDirection up. Well, I guess for speed, this one should be self. It's the getting the neighbors that needs to be. So self.getBlock current block get direction up block.gen mesh. Okay, so it's this one is map. So it's basically anywhere using self. So okay. What do you mean I'm not using the variable map? Unused. Private type in public interface. Yes. Okay, I don't care. For now, I don't care. It does make sense that we should, for optimization reasons, probably work out how to not pass the internal in or make the generation something that you call in directly. Because at the moment, it doesn't seem like you need self. It seems to have returned it's doing one side, which in some regards is absolutely hilarious. Because what's weird about that is it clearly the mesh generation like worked in the sense that the collider mesh is still generating correctly, but that's because it's using self, I guess. So that's got to be that. What do you mean? Oh, because it's leaking private type. That's right. The big green bounding boxes are the, what are they called? AABB bounding boxes of the mesh colliders, which means basically, we come over here. It's a bit hard because I've just broken the actual visuals, but that orange lines are the specific meshes, whereas if I can find one that's at the top, we want one that's probably at layer like 5. So probably stop clicking the ones that have zeros. Come around on the bottom. This one. Yeah, sure, we'll fly this direction, it'll render in. No, we need one that's probably on... God damn it, it's taking a long time just because I can't find one that's near enough to the top. I saw one, there we go, that one. So, the big green box basically is high enough to include the highest block, left enough to include the leftmost block. So it's just the bounding box that the physics collider checks to see if it's possible that you could even hit the internal box, because it's much faster to check AABB bounding boxes than it is to check like mesh bounding boxes. So it's like, if you're not inside that bounding box, you can't touch the mesh anyway, so don't even check the mesh. It's just debugging information. If I turn off debug, it all goes away. Yeah, so that makes it easier to see. So on this particular mesh, the green box would have been like this, because it's basically just saying, sure, you could possibly, or I guess you could end up in here where you're inside the green box and not touching the mesh, but it's saying like it's impossible to end up in here without touching the green box. So it's just an optimization. And it comes from the fact that I've got Bevy Reapier debug rendering all on, so it just shows me extra information. I believe it also shows me like collisions and stuff if I ever get to a point where that's important. What was I doing? So gen mesh, texture atlas. so we generate the mesh, but for some reason, when I call, you know what it could be is that the blocks aren't end up in the right. Okay, it's blocked up. So when I generate gen mesh, probably should shrink the render distance right down. Maybe block get block. So self.getBlock works perfectly fine if the block is air or water. Continue direction. So for each direction, map.get if current block is transparent. Right, so you I need to like print line debug out. Do you have your ID? I think you do. So we can say like self.id. Yeah, so if self.id equals chunk ID new, we want to say like 0 3 0. So if that chunk is that, so print this. I'm going to say we need to know current. Okay, so block equals. Okay. So to print line current equals, and this is the block ID. Oh, okay, that could be the problem. Current is just X and Y, which means when I say current.get, we don't. Okay, so what we need to say is not current. We need to say self.id plus block ID. I think that's our problem, is that we're only rendering specific chunks like that. Self.id plus current.get direction. All right, so then we need to go back to here, and we need to go. I need to go up to you and import. I need to import std ops add block ID for chunk ID, and this is going to have an output of a block ID. And then we're going to go fn add, and it's going to say we need to make right hand side mutable. So mute right hand side, and we say right hand side dot no, at the moment, at least, like, because I would love to do that, but it seems to be that would be really slow because you'd have to query every single block. So at the moment, the chunks themselves hold all their block types, and the block type contains the data. So a chunk, I'm expanding it now because I'm trying to make chunks be able to look at the neighboring chunk to see, so that we don't like render walls underground. So basically, the chunk holds its own ID, the entity that holds its mesh as an option, so that you can spawn chunks without actually necessarily rendering them, and then an array of chunk volume, which at this point is 4,000 blocks. That is just an enum of the block's type. That block's type contains information on how to convert that block type into a UV and how to render that block. So things like water actually is slightly shorter than a normal block and will have a different behavior because it's water compared to other blocks. But I want to do it as an individual entity, but you're talking about, even on a very small render distance, millions of blocks. So it doesn't seem like it may work. At the very least, you would have to like chunk them into larger blocks like I'm doing with the chunks. But even then, just querying the entities may be too slow. I haven't tested it yet though. So x plus equals self dot x times chunk size. Yeah. Anyway, so I think the reason those blocks are missing is because I'm not offsetting, which means that I'm basically querying the same position each time. And so only very specific parts of the block, like when the neighbor is directly air or something, is what's rendering. So now I'm going to offset so that when I get the block, we call get block, and that calculates. Hey, okay. They render. So admittedly, this is a little bit slow in the sense that what I'm doing is I'm adding a block and then removing the block. Like I would be better off saying map.getBlock takes in a chunk and a block ID, or calculating the block ID here as, I guess it would be like this, self.id plus that, like that, so that I'm not, so that would be block, and then where did I do that? Math. Map.getBlock, current, up, direction, up. Where did I even do the math? Oh, it's probably the genning the water meshes, which would be why there's no water meshes, yeah? Yeah. Alright, well. I'll see if it works in the water meshes. That'll tell me if it works in the other meshes. But basically, I'm adding it here for this function to immediately strip it away. Like it literally just does the reverse. So it's a lot of wasted math. When in reality, I should just pass it in instead. Come on. Is our water going to work this time? Wow, that's a huge lag spike. Nope, something's broken. Oh no, I've got a really short render distance. Well, something is broken. This should all be underwater, but for some reason the water mesh isn't generating properly. So maybe we'll just quickly go. When we generate our, so we generate a mesh. How did I do it? When I said map.getBlock. Is that the only place I call map.getBlock? It appears to be. And then I use it twice down here. So current.get up. Current is a block ID. Current to go up. If top air. Okay, so how did I do it? I said self.id plus equals. And then, oh no, not plus equals, just plus. And then self.id plus. And then you'd get rid of this bit. And you'd go, if this works, I'd be surprised because I can't see what the difference would be calculating it there versus calculating it at the end. Well, apparently there's a difference because now the water's rendering, which is somewhat hilarious. That also weirdly means that let's find some water that we're gonna go like, hey, water. Wait, why is the water rendered here? You shouldn't be rendering water. Where's your block? Why is your water rendering all the way over there? You have water. You. Where are you? Like all that water's weird. Where? I need to turn off this debug rendering thing. Okay, there. So quite clearly, outside of it being like blinding, the water is here. So why do you seem to think that the water is over here? I need you to unselect that. How do I unselect that? Open window, inspector. Excuse me, inspector. I need you to unselect. Okay, there's my inspector back. I don't know how to get it to snap back in, but anyway, we're just gonna pretend like it's here. So you have got the right material. You are your own weird fucking monstrosity. You are actually, in fact, at 0, 0. Ah, okay, because you're nested. That's why. Also, you don't seem to be working properly, purely in the sense that you're definitely not generating the right type of environment. But that's because for some reason you seem to be thinking like every block is air. So I don't quite know why every block is air to you, but we will work that out, and then we will call it a day. So it's obviously in the generate water. Why do you think every block is air? Get block self dot current. No, okay, that will work. So I don't think this is necessary because this is for speed. In that it's not really, it's just not looking up the block externally. So we get the current block, which is just the XY, then we set the block. Okay, so if let block equals water, run this, otherwise return. Okay. For direction, if let air, I've copy pasted code, no. If let air, no. If is transparent. What's the? I had a committed piece here that was working. Yeah. So no, I'm very confused. Why? If direction is air, no. It's if direction is transparent. Does this fix the water? Well, at least the water's not radioactive. I mean, it's still generating way too many meshes. I can tell just by the fact that it's not transparent. There we go. No, wait, you. Well, I mean, sure, but I need to move you up so that you're visible. Move, please. So yeah, it's still generating too many chunks, which is why it's going so radioactive, is because it adds, which means that like we look through a single block of water and it's nice and blue, but we look through more and more blocks of water and it gets whiter and whiter as the color approaches just insanity. So why? So if map.block direct get block in the current direction is transparent, if top is air, which is current direction, do you know what your problem is? Is you're probably finding a lot of air. Because map.getBlock. Okay, so if chunk equals chunk equals chunk ID no 0 0 0. I want you to debug me something. So please debug me the block. Print line no, it's u equal u And that should be, we want block and then block minus chunk. Yeah, block does not implement. Okay, but block implements just debugged. What key binding is that? God damn it. Okay. Yeah, so block ID apparently doesn't implement. Okay, this is block ID. Oop, no. Block ID. This is gonna be block. Okay, so main run. Okay, so if I run this, it should spit out, which admittedly it's going to print like 4,000 lines to the console, but it should spit out that every block is equal to every other block. Alright, we might, I just want to call that because that's going to take forever. Yes, please close. Okay, so yeah, negative 11 and negative 14. Okay. Negative 13 is negative 14. Okay, so it's generating the same blocks. But I've also said if the block ID is equal to this. So if we say that the block ID is equal to 0 to 1. So that should be plus 16 in the X. So if, let's say, okay, let new equals this, and then so if new dot x, no, y, plus, no, equals 0, and new dot z equals 0. So they should all have an offset. Like I'm only going to print out 16 now. They should only print 16 lines instead of like fucking thousands of lines. Well, it's concerning that you printed more than, like you didn't see. You're printing multiple times, which means that. Oh no, because every time you get block, yeah. Okay, so 31. It's interesting. 31 returned 15 because 31 minus 60. Yeah, okay. So 16 returns 0, 0. 16 is 0, 0. 17 is 1. 18 is 2. Yeah, so what the hell's wrong with my water code? So it's not the getting of the block. Like, that is correct. Plus up equals type air. Well, that's the other thing, is that they're... So wait, you're telling me that the top isn't air most of the time? Because that seems like what it's doing. What are you doing wrong? Get chunk. So we should probably warn failed to find chunk to find. We'll just do that, and then chunk. Okay. So when I run this, I have a feeling it's going to say failed to find chunk just a lot, which it should, because there should be a whole bunch of chunks that haven't been generated yet. But it didn't. Well, that's interesting. Because that implies that the error is happening not because it can't find the chunk, am I standing here? 1, 2, 3. Oh, weird. That's actually confused me significantly more, because when I call get chunk, you call that get, which implies that whatever chunk, every chunk it tried to find had it. Oh no, I've disabled the default logging, so that probably wouldn't have worked anyway. I want to say okay. Let's try that with the default logging turned on. It's confusing me because I didn't actually change anything. So we're warning about lots and lots and lots of things. So as long as they're like 4, ooh, there we go. So -2, negative, failed to try and find -115. -115 should have been spawned. Like, it is part of the spawn chunk. No, it's not. Wait. They're layered chunks. They're 16 by 16 by 16, as opposed to Minecraft's, which is 16 by 16 by world height. Yeah, that's why if I can't really show it. If I fly inside, oh god, why are they? Well, that would also explain part of the problem. The blocks are doing it as well. Anyway, if we fly down like it's okay, it's all broken. Well, that helps because blocks are easier to track it down because they used it less. So that means that you are map.getBlock is transparent. It's got to be here. Right, so because if okay, so this is gen water chunk. No, we wanted gen. Anyway, before I get super straight, I was going to show you that if you fly inside a block, they're actually just big empty chunks if they're completely empty internally. But obviously you can't do that because of whatever's breaking the water is also breaking the thing. So for each of these, if the block is air or water, continue. Okay, so for each direction, get map.getBlock. So this means that this is just like, basically you're always returning air. Like, always returning air. Let me just check. If let block type air. Well, no, it's just, it's just equals map.getBlock dot else print not air. Now, my thought with this is if it always doesn't say not air, it means that it's always oh no, it does say not air occasionally. It is just absolutely printing the fuck out of these lines. What I don't get is all of the chunks are generated. Well, a big pile of the chunks are generated before I so it's not that it always returns air. Gen mesh self.getBlock. Is it that all of their IDs are wrong? Can we it couldn't possibly be print line. ID equals self.id. So we'll print that because that should be incrementing every single time. Yeah, it doesn't implement display. So forward direction. Okay, so well, we don't need to print it in that loop. Well, current is the current block. Okay, is transparent. Well, we should check that is transparent because it'd be really funny if that's just the fuck up that I've made and they're all no. So it's transparent. Only water and air are transparent. So chunk block gen mesh. Here's what I don't get. Like, it. Can we just be like assert equal block and world? No, map dot get block self dot id plus current. Because it could just be something really stupid, like I fucked up my math. Like, yeah, so it crashed at the assertion, so it is in fact iterating through every ID, but it crashed at the assertion, which means that first off, it took a really long time to get there, but that also implies it took a really long time to get to a block. Okay, now that it's not printing shit all the time, we should probably also go to map and go get rid of this warning, just so that the only thing that prints out is the assertion that failed, which should say that this block did not equal that block. There we go. Now, in fact, crashed a lot faster because it's not printing shit to the console constantly. All right, so assertion failed, left did not equal right. Left was stone, so you got stone, and the map said it should be air. Okay. Yep, left grass, right air. So you are in fact returning air when you're not supposed to be returning air, which makes very little sense considering that the map internal literally is extracting the chunk the same way, right? Get block chunk, yeah, we extract chunk. And then when we call gen mesh, we literally do the same thing here. Gen tasks, we say id make mesh, and then make mesh just literally calls get chunk. So we literally just are taking the chunk out of the map and passing it to the map, and somehow that's giving us the wrong number. That's interesting. So we need to like, this feels more like something we do as a test. In here, we need to go, test block to chunk. Assert, so for, I don't know, like -10 to 10, for x, y, and z, we need to say let chunk id equal chunk id new. It's got to be that like some negative numbers are rounding up or something. These blocks. Yeah, so I see. I'm thinking it's got to be because like printing out what I can't read it, it's behind the heart. What something instead of air. Yeah, so like it's saying it found stone like inside to itself, and then saying that the map returned air. So it's got to be that this isn't a two-way conversion. So we're going to say like, let for, no, maybe this. So this would be from 0 to chunk. So from 0 to chunk size, from 0 to chunk size. All right, so this is going to be bx, by, and bz, and then we're going to say like let block id equal block id new bx, by, bz, and we need to assert equal chunk id from block id and chunk id. So with the map, yeah, so we literally call this function, we just need to assert that in all cases we get the same result. So when I run this test, I have a suspicion it's going to fail. Yeah, it failed. So what do we say? We should probably get it to print a little bit more. Assert equal chunk id 000 is not the same as chunk id -10, -10, -10. That's odd. So you returned 000. So we need it to right. No, so because plus x times chunk size. Otherwise, yeah, it'll just keep returning 000. Plus y times chunk size plus z times chunk size. Okay. Run the test again. Okay, it still failed. So now we've said, okay, so we needed to print more information. If this does not equal, I want you to, what's chunk ID? I need you to panic with does not equal and then we say block ID, chunk ID. What exactly did you fail at? What number? Okay. Block negative 160 minus 160. Okay. But it shouldn't? That's 160 divided by. Okay. So it's flooring it, divided by 16. It should be chunk 10. Okay. And then when you're only negative 159 divided by 16, you become 9.8. So okay. But how do, so block, so it's got to be the negative blocks, like, because block 16 divided by 16 is 1, which means that every block up until then, so it's only because they're negative numbers. 59, which is one step closer, so should round up, I guess. Divided by 16 is, so you should be so you should be -9 apparently. No, surely not. You being -9 makes sense for me. Okay, well that's probably the problem. I just don't know how to fix it. Like, I think you have to use float. Yeah, I don't know. It probably needs rounding or the absolute or something. Anyway, that's almost certainly what's wrong when I can fix this, but I'm gonna have to end the stream here because I think my stream block is done and it's almost spot on 4 hours. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one whenever I get a chance, and I hope you've all enjoyed, and I hope you're all enjoying the new thumbnails there. I like making them. They're really dumb.